Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the Western Association of Criminal Justice meeting. First off, a couple things today. I'd like to remind everyone when you have questions for presenters, could you please type them into the Q&A box and not the chat box? Thank you for that. All right, so moving into our student poster competition, our first event today, we have three great posters to go through. So first off, I'd like to turn it over to, and if I butcher anybody's name, please correct me. That's okay. First up is Rhiannon Hopes and Media Engagement and Attitudes Towards Police Among College Students. So Rhiannon, turn it over to you.
Hi, nice to meet everybody. This is my first time presenting ever, so I'll just get right into it. So our study was about the media engagement and attitudes towards police among college students. So media coverage of the crime fighter image of police may negatively affect citizens' attitudes towards the police. Previous studies have found a significant relationship with the consumption of media and its impact on citizens' attitudes towards the police. There has been minimal research on whether the individual's engagement of police-related news on the internet and social media has had an impact on their perception of the police. So using a sample of college students from multiple universities, our study, contributes to the literature by examining the relationship between engagement in police-related news and attitudes towards police. Now, we started with two hypotheses. The first one was that an increase in news engagement via social media will increase confidence in police. And the second was an increase in the discussion of police violence will increase confidence in police. The literature review was my contribution to the study. So we reviewed the literature of Beshears, Hu, Rogers, and Lovrich, and Travia, Thompson, and Pickett, and Court, Butler, and Sittner, Hartshorn. Their collective literature revealed that several things. So Beshears suggests that police can influence the public's perception of their departments using social media platforms. The Beshears literature stated that a collection of Arkansas Sheriff's Departments finding that most supported the idea of using social media to improve relations with their communities, as well as assistance in crime solving. So collectively in the literature review, basically, they gave us an idea about the way the media involves the viewer can change the attitude towards police. So we wanted to see the effects of social media on public perception of the police and whether it can raise confidence or decrease. Now, the results of our study, we found that fear of crime was a significant predictor for confidence in police. It was negatively related, so the lower respondents' fear of crime indicated higher level of confidence in police. News engagements was also another significant predictor for procedural justice. That means the news engagement measures were negatively related to procedural justice. So the more respondents engaged in news, which meaning to read and to comment on it, the lower their likelihood to trust in the police. The last significant finding was the discussion of police-related violence on social media also shows a negative relationship towards procedural justice or confidence in police. So that the the sorry, just a little nervous. The discussion of police violence or on social media means that it increased or decreased the trust in police. Our study's limitations were that it was only just a cross-sectional data at the time, meaning that so we didn't have a longitudinal study, and we might have going forward, future researchers can benefit from the long-term study of this effect. We only sampled just college students instead of general population, and it was a non-random sample. I understand that this is a brief presentation, but I am open to any questions that you have relating this, and that is the conclusion of my presentation.
All right, so I believe we are saving questions till the end for everybody. Just a quick reminder, everybody, you can see the links to everyone's poster presentations in the chat. So you can view their poster in addition to listening to their narration as well. Next up, we have Lori Becker. She has a poster about police attitudes towards their involvement in post-overdose outreach programs. So Lori, I will turn it over to you.
So it's telling me that the host disabled the screen share.
Well, let's see if we can get that fixed real quick.
Thank you.
That's fixed. You should be able to share now.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so good morning, everyone. So I'm joining in from the East Coast. I'm a doctoral student at UMass Lowell. I was hoping to get out to Spokane to meet all of you, but really looking forward to next year's conference, hopefully in person. So my project is titled Police Attitudes Toward Their Involvement in Post-Overdose Outreach Programs. So as a brief introduction to this topic, since 2000, the number of opioid-related overdose deaths in this country has quadrupled to nearly 500,000. And this really came to a head in the year 2017, with this year alone seeing over 70,000 fatal overdoses. And about 50,000 of these involved opioids, which was the highest percentage that we had seen in the years preceding. So due in part to these staggering statistics, the US Department of Health and Human Services came out and declared the current opioid crisis to be a public health emergency. So this really changed the way that police officers viewed their response to individuals using opioids and kind of their whole view on drug enforcement in general. So police were historically known to fight against illicit drugs. And stemming from the war on drugs, they had very punitive measures, including arresting those found to be in possession, as well as arresting those selling, and as a means of getting drugs off the street and reducing the amount of individuals who are using drugs. However, as this epidemic got progressively worse, they saw that these methods were not really working. As they increased their use of arrest and incarceration, more individuals were using drugs, more individuals were overdosing, and more lives were being lost. So they realized that they need to take a more service-centered approach to solving this epidemic. So armed with the mindset that we can't simply arrest ourselves out of this, police departments throughout New England began to develop initiatives known as post-overdose outreach programs. And this involves the officers either partnering with a clinician or recovery coach, going to the home of an individual who had overdosed within 72 hours of this overdose. And the purpose of this visit really had no enforcement component to it. So it was very different from how they had been policing this issue in the past, and was simply meant to encourage the individual to enter substance use treatment. So as post-overdose outreach programs have been popping up more throughout New England and spreading to other states throughout the country, it's important that we understand how officers perceive their role through this program, which is the focus of this current study. Looking at the background literature, one of the theories I chose to focus on is role theory, which is a three-part theory that hasn't really been attributed to police, which is one of the main reasons I wanted to focus in on it here. So role theory starts with role identification. So the individual identifies with a role, then the impact of how this role impacts how the individual views themselves, and then their behaviors start to align with this role. So related to policing, officers have two main roles that kind of align with the methods of policing: crime control method and service-oriented method. So officers who view their role as law enforcer are more likely to resolve situations through punitive measures, more likely to turn to arrest as a means of solving the problem. On the other hand, officers who view themselves as public servants are more willing to want to sit down with the individual and find out what the root cause of these problems are as a means of solving the problem. So looking at prior studies, Green and colleagues in 2013 were one of the first studies to come out and publish on the officer role in relation to policing the opioid crisis. And one of the things they found was that the officers were kind of stuck between the two roles of law enforcer and public servant. On the one hand, they felt compelled to protect the community by getting drugs off the street through traditional enforcement measures. But on the other hand, they did feel empathy toward individuals battling addiction and wanted to be able to show this empathy and help them to prevent future overdoses. 3 years later, Saucier and colleagues found that the majority of officers believed that addiction is best handled through treatment, and that they felt that police have a role in linking these individuals to treatment. Most recently, this past year, Murphy and Russell came out and found that officers should play an active role in referring individuals to overdose treatment, and this view was held by over 60% of the officers. So building on the prior literature, my study set out to understand better officers' attitudes toward their roles, specifically in these programs, as it relates to whether it is a job of the police to encourage individuals to enter treatment. In doing so, electronic surveys were sent via Qualtrics to officers working in municipal departments, cities, and towns in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. And these three states were specifically chosen as they had been impacted by the opioid epidemic in a substantial way and impacted a lot earlier than other areas of the country. So we felt that these officers would have a lot of experience in this area that they could share through their survey answers. So two main independent variables were law enforcer and public servant. And these variables were both factor scores to kind of understand how the officers identified with each of the roles and the extent to which they did so. So the law enforcer variable looked at whether the officer felt that individuals with substance use disorder should be punished for the crime of possession, and whether all drug laws should be enforced at all times. The public servant variable, on the other hand, looked more at whether it's the job of police officers to protect and serve, and overdose prevention requiring a more proactive police approach. As an overview of the analysis, to start out, descriptive statistics were run to see what percentage of officers believed that encouraging treatment was the responsibility of police. Next, to determine the effect of each of the independent variables on the outcome variable, responsibility to encourage treatment, binary logistic regression was run. And lastly, following the full regression model, 3 groups of variables were stepped in through the use of stepwise regression to see how the effect of these variables would change once they were grouped. And the 3 groups consisted of demographics, variables relating to experience with addiction, and the officer role. So moving toward the findings, through descriptive statistics, 82% of the officers believe that it is the job of police to encourage treatment. This is something that police are responsible to do as officers. Looking at the binary logistic regression, and I do have the model in the bottom middle of the poster as well, but just as an overview, the model states that there are 3 significant predictors of police responsibility to encourage treatment. So mainly based on the focus of the study in terms of officer role, law enforcer role negatively predicts police responsibility to encourage treatment, while the public servant role positively predicts this feeling of responsibility. So specifically, as the law enforcer increases by 1 unit, the odds of viewing encouraging treatment as police responsibility decreases by about 31.5%. And as public servant increases by 1 unit, the individual becomes 2.5 times more likely to believe that encouraging treatment is a responsibility of the police. And additionally, department size was found to negatively impact this feeling of responsibility. Lastly, looking at the results of the stepwise regression, model 1, which includes the demographic variables, was found to explain 7.3% of the variance. Model 2, after stepping in variables related to experience with addiction, explained an additional 3.3% of the variance. And lastly, after stepping in the officer roles, model 3 explained 14.4% more of the variance, for a cumulative total of 25% of variance explained. So what do these results tell us? So consonant with the prior literature regarding role theory, officers who identify with the law enforcer role are in fact less likely to view encouraging treatment as a responsibility of the police. And on the flip side of this, officers who identify as public servants and see themselves in this role are more likely to believe that encouraging treatment is an officer's responsibility. Looking at the results of the stepwise regression, we can see that the most amount of variance was explained by these officer role variables. So in order to increase the number of officers who view encouraging treatment as a responsibility of the police, it's really important that we focus some of our police trainings on modeling these service center ideals and getting officers to embrace this public servant role. In terms of limitations of the study, it is important to note that the surveys were only collected from officers in the New England area, so this may not be generalizable to other areas of the country. And additionally, the surveys may have been subject to selection bias, as the officers who chose to take the survey may be more likely to identify with this public servant role, as they were willing to take a survey that was emailed to them. And lastly, future research should aim to replicate this study to determine if these views hold true in other regions of the country, and specifically should look to see what variables can predict officers identifying with the public servant role, specifically as it relates to drug enforcement and working with individuals that are battling addiction. And I look forward to questions at the end of this panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Lori and Rhiannon. Excellent job. Lastly, our final poster. Again, the links for posters are in the chat, so you can see them. Our last poster is from Adelia Papuka Morales of Weber State, Morales. If I said that wrong, please correct me. Anyways, the poster is about neighborhood association participation and procedural justice, or voluntary association participation and procedural justice, excuse me. All right, Adelia, turn it over to you.
All right. First of all, I want to share my screen with everyone. That way everyone can see it. I am Adelia Papoca Morales. I am an undergraduate student at Weber State University. Our study was labeled the Voluntary Association Participation and Attitude Towards Police. Voluntary Association Participation and Procedural Justice. This is also my first time presenting, so don't mind me being a little nervous. For our study, we were looking which focuses on community engagement and reducing crime by being involved with the public. Studies have been done to determine if the participation in civic engagement increases a positive citizen attitude toward police, and the willingness to participate creates confidence in the police. Our present study provided the effectiveness of civic engagement participation and how citizen participation, including block watch parties, voting records, business and professional association, can enhance citizen trust in the police. In addition to our study was the literature review. So regarding the literature review, previous studies have shown that communities with a higher level of collective efficacy tend to have a higher percentage of people with positive attitudes towards the police, and they're more willing to assist the police, as well as studies have also shown that positive interactions between police and members of the community are associated with increased participation in community policing programs. And of crime by helping build those local institutions And in return, this helps builds better police community relationships. Networks of civic engagement, such as neighborhood associations, extracurricular activities, the Block Watch programs are associated with positive attitudes towards police, and increased neighborhood civic engagement is related with those willingness to volunteer, as shown in previous studies. For our methods in this specific study, the data for the analysis was secondary data analysis, which was collected from 5 different states: Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota, and Washington. The data source was a 2001 community policing survey, which was administered by the Western Regional Institute for Community-Oriented Public Safety at Washington State University. The survey featured questions about police safety, citizen participation, police performance, victimization, and community policing. In 2001, the community survey was sent to randomly selected households via mail with 2 follow-ups. Respondents were randomly selected from a listing of utility customers provided by the cities in those 5 states. 100+ surveys were collected from each state, and 923 households were finally the ones that responded. The results from our study were the overall ordinary least regression model was significant, and 11% of the variance of citizen attitudes towards police was accounted by independent variables among respondents. Participation in neighborhood civic engagement provided a significant relationship with the citizen attitude towards the police, and collective efficacy also showed a statistically significant relationship with citizen attitude toward police. The conclusion of the study and the discussion would be the results support previous studies and provide statistical significant predictors that impact citizen attitudes towards police. The current study provides information to police administrators regarding the areas within their cities and their communities that could benefit from additional outreach in an effort to create more trust in the police and improve those community police relationships or relations. And due to the positive relationship between the participation of civic engagement and citizen attitude toward police, there is a potential social implication in which creating for greater civic engagement within the communities could increase the overall confidence in police and allow for greater informal social control of neighborhoods. And due to positive relationships between collective efficacy and citizens' attitude toward police, various community programs could strengthen those social cohesion among residents in the community. However, the limitations of this study are generalization. So the sample was drawn from small rural regions, which may not be representative of those bigger city areas and settings. It was a cross-sectional research and secondary data analysis. For future references or for future studies that may be implicated or may be implemented, it would benefit from a greater generalization, taking areas from all over the state or nations, not just those rural inner city areas, but those bigger city areas as well. And we could also benefit from collecting that data ourselves, going and collecting that data instead of relying on that secondary data analysis. And we could also try longitudinal studies, checking in on those areas once, possibly 2 to 3 times, to make sure that the information is accurate and we are getting the most out of the research. And I look forward to your questions as well.
Okay, I think we are going to open it up to questions generally now. We have one question in the Q&A box, and it is for Rhiannon. I'm just going to go ahead and read that now. That's from Mackenzie Wood. Rhiannon, excellent work. Did you see a difference in response across regions? For example, did those in the West respond differently than those in the South?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that question. I wasn't sure exactly if we took the differences of each area into consideration. I'm so sorry. I don't know the answer to that one.
No, that's okay. We also have another question for Rhiannon. Sorry if I missed this. Did you conduct the survey yourself? If so, how did you choose the questions?
So the survey was actually gathered via mail correspondence, and the questions were chosen based on the Qualtrics. So we surveyed the sample of these areas. The respondents returned the mail. We've got the questionnaire actually came from a former study that was used to it was used in the previous research. I believe it was from Intravia et al. So we didn't actually create the survey. We used it from a previous study.
Okay, we have another question from Rhiannon. This one is actually from me. I noticed your sample is over half CJ students. So I'm assuming that the survey was administered to CJ classes. Then I didn't catch that anywhere on your poster. If you mentioned it, I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. Yes, it was a sample of college students, and then they were asked to respond to whether they are a criminal justice major or not. So 55% of them were criminal justice majors.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next question is for Adelia. Adelia, if you were to collect this data yourself for a follow-up study, is there anything different you would ask?
For follow-up studies, I personally would most likely ask about social media and the impact that it has on their perceptions, whether they consume a lot of or look into those police interactions with the community, the both positive and negative, and add questions to studies, especially with the current social climate and how social media has impacted our view of police and our view of community. So yes, I would add those questions regarding how often do you access the internet, or do you look at police related incidents in like the daily or weekly status. That way we would capture that attitude, whether it was positive or negative. So that's my answer to your question.
All right, thank you. Another question for Adelia from Mackenzie Wood. Adelia, fabulous job. It sounds like the survey you used for this study was done a while ago. How do you think the results would be different in the current social climate?
For the current social climate, it has been a while. It was conducted in 2001, and that was 20 years ago. We have a new generation of people living in various different parts of the area. This would be that those rural city areas, since they have more interaction with police, when those close-knit communities, they would be more favorable towards the police. And inner city areas, it would depend. It would vary depending on cities or locations, because some cities or those bigger cities tend to have that better relationship in certain neighborhoods. However, with those impoverished neighborhoods or low income and high crime, there tends to be that disconnect, and people don't really want to talk to the police or involve the police. So I think that there would be that disconnect in those areas. Overall, it might be a little bit more negative, but that is my hypothesis. I think there would be more research that needs to be done in this area to generalize it for different areas and to make it more readily accessible to people in those communities. I would also possibly try email trying to get those emails sent out, maybe that would also allow for more responses instead of sending it in through the physical mail, through the post office. So I think those would have big impacts on future studies as well.
Okay, thank you. We have another question for you, Adelia. How was attitude towards police measured?
In the survey that was conducted, the section 2 was regarding the attitudes towards police, and they were questions such as friendships between citizens and the police are easy to develop in the city. Police officers in the city are usually fair. Police officers in the city are usually courteous. Police officers in the city are usually honest. In general, police officers in the city treat all citizens show concern when asked questions, and they were able to use the Likert index to answer these questions. So they would respond with 1, strongly agree, 2, agree, 3, undecided, 4, disagree, or 5, strongly disagree. And that's how the attitude towards police was measured.
All right, thank you. The next question is for Lori. What do you wish you would have learned from your data collection that was maybe missed?
That's a great question. So one thing I wish I did was kind of expanded out the dependent variables and not simply looking at the impact on role theory on how officers viewed their responsibility to encourage treatment, but also on whether they believe that officers should carry naloxone to reverse overdoses, whether they think that it's the job of the police officers to respond to current overdoses as they're happening, and kind of really looking at all of the service-centered behaviors that we are tasking law enforcement officers with that have changed as the opioid crisis has progressed, and seeing how role theory impacts their attitudes toward their responsibility of each of these activities, and seeing if it changes within them, if they're more likely to think that police are responsible for certain activities but not others, or if it is equal across the board.
Okay, thank you. And our next question is for Rhiannon. With regard to Rhiannon's study that public perception may be influenced through social media use, I imagine that perception could go both positive and negative directions. We all know how toxic online discussions may go. Was consideration given to possible negative outcomes of social media outreach of police departments?
So not in our current study, it wasn't, but in our literature review, we covered some of that. Just both. We included both positive and negative considerations when we were doing this study, when we were researching the literature, but not in our current study. So like in Travia found that social media can negatively influence relations between the public and police. So you're right, it goes both ways. Just that, that social media discussions and engagement with the news, and depending on how much one engages in criminal justice and news and police news, any discussions of violence, it kind of enhances the effects of how they feel about the police. So the more they talk about it, the less likely they are to trust them. The more they watch news on police misconduct, the more negatively they perceive the police. So we didn't really research whether the social media would, the outcome of the negative social media. We just found the correlation between the two.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions, any other questions for our wonderful poster presenters today? I'm not seeing any in the chat. No. Okay, well, I guess we are done with this panel then. Our next panel starts at noon Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Pacific Time. Just over 20 minutes from now. That is a panel on research in juvenile justice. The winners of the student poster competition will be announced at the end of the day today during the closing remarks. So stay tuned, certainly, if you are interested in seeing the results of that competition. Does anyone else on the board have anything they need to add before we take a short break before our next panel? Okay, well, we will see everybody back in about 20 minutes then at noon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I would like to introduce our next event. This is a panel on research in juvenile justice. We have presentations by, and again, if I butcher anybody's name, please correct me, don't be shy. We have a presentation by Omar Melchor Ayala with Western Oregon University, and we have a presentation by Caitlin Casabon from Pacific University. So I will turn it over to Omar. He is the first presenter on this panel. So take it away, Omar. Oh, and real quick, if I could just remind everybody, please type your questions into the Q&A box and not the chat box. Thank you. Go ahead, Omar.
It says that I cannot share my video. Okay, I can't start my video. Oh, there we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Jacob should work so you can share your screen.
Okay, let me try that right now.
Can everybody else hear him? Okay.
Okay, and I think I'm able to. Can you see my screen okay? I'm share it.
Yes.
Share PowerPoint. Okay, perfect.
All right.
Well, hi everyone. As already mentioned, my name is Omar Melchor or Melchor, either way is fine. And I'm from Western Oregon University Department of Criminal Justice. This presentation comes from a paper in which I'm a co-author with Dr. Taryn Vanderpyle, who I know is quite a bit of a celebrity around here, and also Caitlin Hernandez, who is a recent graduate from the master's program at Western. Just a little bit of background. Parental incarceration is a phenomenon that has been pretty well studied in the last several decades, not only by criminologists, but also by individuals in several other disciplines. And we know that parental incarceration, based on that literature, can potentially become a intergenerational process that essentially can repeat itself generation after generation. And the reason for that, or one of the main reasons, is that we know that children of incarcerated parents, as one may imagine, can suffer severe negative, consequences, which can ultimately become risk factors for delinquency, criminality, and eventually incarceration in many cases, right? And when those children of incarcerated parents become incarcerated themselves, and they have children of their own, the process can repeat itself. And we know that at any given time, more than 2.5 million children have a parent who is incarcerated, and that over 10 million minors have experienced parental incarceration at some point during their lives. This, of course, doesn't include those who are already considered to be adults. We also know that more than half of all those who are incarcerated are parents. And this is important because this means that as a country, not only do we incarcerate more people than anyone else, but we also incarcerate more parents, and we expose children to the potential negative effects of parental incarceration. It's also important to point out that the phenomenon occurs, although not exclusively, of course, more commonly in urban lower income communities of color. And one of the main reasons for that is that incarceration rates tend to be higher in those areas. As I mentioned, there's been quite a bit of research in this area, but I just want to share a couple of things that I think kind of really summarize why parental incarceration can be so bad, right, for children. First, it is a significant life event that can negatively affect children in all areas of life, and this of course includes the individual, family, mental health, educational areas, et cetera, et cetera. And second, the effects of parental incarceration extend well beyond the arrest event or the actual incarceration, because of the trauma that children experience, the financial loss to the family, the instability to the family, to the education of the child, and it's often very difficult to to recover from that. So again, it has the potential to affect all areas of life, and the effects can be very long lasting. A little more specifically, looking at the literature, we know that children of incarcerated parents have higher levels of substance use and abuse, of harmful internalizing and externalizing behaviors, problems in school, higher levels of poverty, of family instability, and the list really goes on and on and on and on. I really just picked a few, to include in this list here, but we know that the effects of parental incarceration are almost too many to list. And if you look at the list here, I think it's pretty easy for some of us that have a little bit of a background in criminal justice that to see that these are essentially risk factors, right, for delinquency, for criminality, and in many cases for incarceration. So this is one of the reasons why this phenomenon has the potential to repeat itself. But despite having all that knowledge and research, one thing that is sorely missing is the voices and the perspectives of those who are living within the cycle, those who actually have lived experience. And to begin and address that gap, this study that I'm presenting today seeks to highlight more than anything else the perspectives of those who, the youth who are incarcerated, who have had incarcerated parents, and who are also parents themselves. And we refer to them as the middle generation, essentially. And to do that, we examined bi-weekly publications from a writing program called The Beat Within. And this program conducts weekly writing workshops in correctional facilities in 5 different states, which include California and Oregon. And participants are offered writing prompts, and the writing pieces are then published, and those publications are made publicly available. So that's what we used. And there's 2 research questions that guided the study. The first is, what has been the intergenerational pattern of incarceration in their own families as a youth shared in this writing program? And the second is, how do they discuss breaking the cycle for their own children as they share in this program? And in terms of the participants, they come from 13 different juvenile facilities, the majority of those being in California. There's one in Oregon as well. And we gathered sort of proxy demographic characteristics using school accountability report cards, or SARS. And if you are somewhat familiar with this, you know that sometimes information is limited. It can be a little bit inconsistent. I think this is especially the case in educational facilities that are inside of, in a correctional setting. But nonetheless, here are some basic demographics. The majority of the youth come from facilities that hold high school age youth, 14 to 18. In terms of gender, we used references within the writing samples to identify gender. And through this method, we determined that 59% were identified as male, 13% as female, and we couldn't determine gender for 27% of the participants. In terms of ethnicity, the group that was mostly represented was Hispanics or Latinos, followed by African Americans and whites. Again, this is not surprising given that the great majority of the facilities were located in California. And we used 4 years of data from 2014 to 2017. And during each week, the program shared offered 4 different writing prompts for a total of 728 writing prompts in that 4-year period. But through 5 different rounds, we narrowed those down to only 5 prompts, the ones that the team felt were the most appropriate, for the focus of the study. And from those 5 prompts, the final sample was 88 individual pieces of writing. So that's what we used for the study. Because we looked at writing, we used content analysis, and the process was, I think, pretty typical. We determined, quoting categories based on, looking at each one of those writing samples. There was independent coding. Then the team met and created a code book using those themes that were identified. And then there was another round of coding until finally full consensus was achieved in every piece of writing. And there were 3 main themes that emerged in those writing pieces based on those codes that we created. The first was intergenerational incarceration. So the youth talked about the mother or father being incarcerated or a family member. The second major theme was the author as a parent. So they talked about currently being pregnant, or their girlfriend being pregnant, or having a child or something to that effect. And the third was breaking the cycle of incarceration. So here the youth talked about, a desire to break the cycle, or, I should have broken the cycle, or something like that. So I'm going to discuss results briefly and share some quotes based on those main 3 themes that emerged in the participants' writing. So first, 68 participants, and again, this is out of 88, shared stories of their parents being incarcerated when they were kids. And they also talked about how that incarceration essentially had an effect in their own incarceration. One youth, for instance, shared Well, I ain't ever really had any guidance. No pops around to tell me right from wrong. Mom's in and out of jail, so I've been doing this on my own since I was 9 with the help of my grandma to provide food and a place to always rest my head. Another one shared, now as for me, my mother and father were both locked up at once. My mother no longer incarcerated, but my father is in and it took a big toll on me. I started using drugs at a young age because of my emotional state and being incarcerated as well. Others also shared how they felt that they were essentially born into this situation, which essentially determined, right, their chances of becoming incarcerated themselves. So youth shared, my life, I feel like I was set up to fail. My dad has been incarcerated since I was 2, and it affected me both mentally and emotionally. The second major theme was the author being a parent, and 34 authors talked about their own children and the fact that those children were essentially now growing up in the same conditions that they did when they were kids and their parents were incarcerated. So a couple examples here of the youth writing. One said, I was a kid when I had my son. I'm now 18 and worried that I'm not out to raise him. My son was born while I was locked up, and I don't want the same cycle of not having a dad and growing up without that. And the third theme, which I think was probably the most impactful, the most passionate, was breaking the cycle. And 67 authors recognized that they repeated the pattern of incarceration and they expressed this deep desire to break it. So one youth said, I can't believe I followed in my mom's path, the path I always said I wouldn't. Another one said, I'm not going to let the baby grow up like me, without a father and ending up in and out of jail. And another youth shared, I've got to break the cycle for my son so he doesn't go to juvie like his pops. Additionally, within this theme, the authors very clearly and strongly seem to be motivated, especially by the potential of passing down incarceration to their own children. And some of you who may be parents perhaps understand this. I'm a parent myself, and I can hardly think of any or a stronger motivation to change and to do well, right, than the possibility, right, of negatively affecting your own children. So this made a lot of sense to me. So a youth said, I'm breaking the cycle. I don't want to see my little ones lost to the streets or prison. And another one said, I will not stand by and let my family become another statistic. We will be the ones that break the cycle. So in conclusion, in looking at the writings of this, again, we can refer to this as the middle generation that is stuck in this intergenerational pattern. It is very clear to see that the youth understand and they're very aware of the situation that they're in, again, in this middle generation of an intergenerational pattern of incarceration. But probably more importantly, they overwhelmingly express a desire to break the cycle. They say that they want to change, and they talk about their children as being their biggest motivator. So that begs the question of how we can capitalize on that motivation. How can we support it and materialize it into actual change in order to break the cycle? Just briefly, I think that future research is needed to understand how parents of incarcerated youth or what they would have needed in order to break the cycle for their own children. So we can make the assumption that it could be things like resources or support, but until we do the research, we don't really understand why is it that that previous generation, essentially the parents of this youth, couldn't break the cycle for their children. We think that there's significant value in learning from those experiences. And that is it. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much, Omar. That was excellent. Our next presentation on this panel, excuse me, is on false convictions and juveniles, a case study of Brandon Dassey. And that will be presented by Caitlin Casabon, Gracie Bolza, and Amy Wada. So I will turn it over to you all. Caitlin, I think, is listed as first authors.
Hello, I'm trying to open like my thing and it, okay, there we go. Thank you. Hi, I'm screen.
Are you able to share your screen? Okay,
Yes.
never mind. All right.
Let me just present. Hello, everyone. My name is Caitlin, and this is my partner Gracie, and our presentation is on false convictions and juveniles, a case study of Brendan Dassey. We are students at Pacific University at the undergraduate level working on our capstone projects. Gracie's capstone is going to be expanding upon this case study. And as a double major in psychology and criminal justice, I felt like this case was a really interesting aspect. So an interesting aspect of this case is that the audio and videotaped interrogations of this case is so problematic that one of the nation's leading police training firms have announced that Brendan's interrogation tapes were to train other officers on what not to do when interrogating juveniles and individuals with intellectual impairments. For slide 3, we have provided statistics from the National Registry of Exonerations about the amount of people who have falsely confessed. 27% of those people were accused of homicide and gave false confessions, and 81% of those people have mental illnesses or intellectual disabilities. There are 3 main factors contributing to false confessions. We will be focusing on our presentation on the coercion error and how that has greatly impacted the Brendan Dassey case. A brief summarization of error is when detectives wrongly decide that an innocent person is guilty, and deciding whether to interrogate or not is very critical decision within the investigation process. It all flows together if the detective do not wrongly find an innocent person guilty, false confessions would not be elicited. A brief summary of the coercion error is that when not much evidence is presented, getting a confession is particularly important. And in most cases, detectives have a high pressure to solve a crime, therefore confession, even if it's false, is extremely important. In return, it is not surprising that one of the documented false confessions are occurring in homicides as well as other high-profile crimes. Contamination error is when confessions are more than just saying, I did it. They consist of subsequent narratives, which are referred to as the post-admission omitted narrative, and allow the officers to kind of like complete the confession. And since the detectives are very well aware of the importance of the post-admission phase, they use it to shape and influence how the script gets put out there, and thus leads to people might falsely confess when the narrative doesn't exactly line up with what they want. Facts of the case. One of the most interesting parts about this is the fact that they centralized around innocent people don't confess. To prepare us for this presentation, we conducted a media analysis of Netflix's Making a Murder. The case opened in 2006, and the documentary focused on the uncle, Stephen Avery, then focused on the nephew, Brendan Dassey, for the murder of Teresa Halkback. It's important to note that the documentary did not give a definite answer of who murdered the victim, only that they were focusing on how both Avery and Dassey contributed to the case. However, based on DNA evidence, it is clear that Avery definitely had some sort of hand in the murder. So now we have a little video for you.
To this point now, I think we're pretty close to the truth. How close are we, Brenda? Pretty close. and give us the little parts that we don't have yet up to that point. Stephen, there's something in there we're missing. You heard her. I have a feeling he saw you, you saw him. Something in here that we're missing. Because, you know, we're not idiots. I don't see him coming over to the house and asking you to help unless he knows you know something. So tell us what you knew, that he knew.
It's okay. We already know.
I think he went over to his house, maybe he asked him to get his mail. Something in here is missing.
Well, when I got the mail, it was like a envelope in there with his name on it.
All right.
Okay, now we're going. What did you do?
I knocked on the door and he answered it.
Yeah, and then what?
I gave it to him and then I left.
I know. You just heard screaming over there.
You're making this hard on us and yourself.
Be honest.
Yeah,
You went in the trailer.
you're not.
Did he invite you in?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was she?
In his room.
Did you go back there and look?
No,
Brendan, be honest.
I didn't.
How do you know she was in his room?
The door was open.
Could you see her?
Yeah.
Was she alive?
Well, she was handcuffed to the thing,
She was handcuffed to what?
the bed.
Was she naked?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because she was moving around.
Was she making any noise?
It's all right, bud.
Yeah.
So as we could see from this, Brendan accepted the investigator's theory that Hawkback was raped in Avery's bedroom and even added that she was shackled to the wooden headboard, but the headboard had no scratches or marks indicating this. And there was no DNA evidence found from Hawkback or Brendan in the bedroom. The rape portion of Brendan's confession was so unsubstantiated that Wisconsin voluntarily dismissed the sexual charges against Avery before his trial. Despite the prominent role he played in Brendan's confession, therefore, Brendan remains the only person tried for raping Teresa Hawkback.
To this point,
Okay, there we go. Okay, so who is Brendan Dacey? We provided this quote here from one we read while doing research. And essentially what it comes down to is that the DA working on this case at the time had a hard time distinguishing the truths for the half-truths, and even still found Dacey guilty of his flat tone, which is his monotone voice. And that only happened because he had an intellectual disability. Some other key facts that you would need to know about this case is that Dacey is from Wisconsin. He was from Mishcot High School as a special education student with no prior criminal history. Language functioning was at the bottom percentile, and he had an IQ of 74. Brendan was and is the exact kind of person whom well-expected psychological research was identified as likely to falsely confess even when standard police interrogation tactics occurred.
There are many errors that can lead police to classify an innocent person as a guilty suspect, one of which stems from poor investigation training. American police are taught incorrectly that they can become and are human lie detectors and are capable of distinguishing truths from lies in perfect rates of accuracy. They are taught that if someone averts their gaze, slouches, moves around, chews on their fingernails, etc., that they are lying and therefore are guilty. However, social scientific studies have found that humans are a poor use of lie detectors and are very highly prone to error. Police use interrogation techniques that increasingly cause a suspect to have the perception that they have no choice but to comply with what the commands of the interrogators are. The environment and physical confinement are intended to isolate as well as remove power from the suspect. Interrogations are meant to be stressful as well as unpleasant. The youth serve a high risk factor of police-induced false confessions. Many juveniles are highly compliant as well as eager to please adult figures. And since they are highly suggestible, they are also easily persuaded or manipulated into making a false statement. And since youth's brains are not fully developed, they also lack the cognitive capacity to understand the nature of an interrogation, as well as the long-term effects of the responses. The rational part of a teen's brain isn't fully developed and won't be until the age 25 or so. In fact, recent research has found that an adult and teen brain works completely different. Adults think with the prefrontal cortex, the brain's rational part. This is the part of the brain that responds to situations with good judgment and awareness of long-term consequences. Teens process information with the amygdala. This is the emotional part. In teens' brains, the connections between the emotional part of the brain and the decision-making center are still developing, and also not at the same rate. That's why teens have overwhelming emotional input, and they can't explain later why they were thinking that. They were thinking as much as they were feeling. Because of their subnormal intellectual functioning, short attention span, poor communication skills, poor memory, and low intelligence, they do not always have an understanding of the statements that are being made, or even the outcomes of their responses. The developmentally disabled are eager to please. They tend to have a higher need for approval, and therefore are prone to accepting things without any protest. And because of their desire to please, they are quite easily influenced and led to comply within situations that include conflict. Because of their cognitive disabilities, the developmentally disabled are very easily overwhelmed by stress. As a result of this, they tend to avoid any and all conflict, and are less likely to resist the pressures of a confrontational police questioning, and are more likely to comply, even if they are knowingly making a false confession. The techniques that police use during investigations are meant to cause the suspect to have the perception that their guilt is already established, and that no one will believe their claims of innocence. Therefore, the suspect may have the belief that they have no choice but to comply with the commands. Once police obtain their confession, they usually close the investigation, even when other cause evidence appears and shows the suspect's confession is in fact false. False confessions are a dangerous thing to put before a judge and jury, as it will give them a biased thought of the case in favor of the conviction. This bias can be so much that it can outweigh even the strongest of evidence of their innocence. Brendan Dassey was 16 years old when he was falsely confessed to a murder that his uncle committed. And despite no evidence pointing towards Brendan being a part of the murder, he was convicted to life in prison, with a chance of parole in 2048 when he is 59 years old, due to his false confession. If you have any other questions, feel free to email Kat or I, and we can also send you our sources if you like. But that's it for our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, well, it looks like we don't have any other questions in the chat. They have all been answered. Does anyone have any last questions for these presenters? No? Okay. Well, our next event starts at 1 p.m. Mountain Time, 12 p.m. Pacific Time. That is event 8, a roundtable, The Jones Are Bankrupt, a faculty guide to avoiding financial ruin. We will take a break until then. So everybody, we will reconvene in about half an hour. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we do have a question for Omar. I'm sorry, I misspoke. There's a question from Mark.
He might be typing it. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe not. Oh, there we go.
Okay. I'll read it out. Given that felony conviction makes obtaining employment, or excuse me, given that a felony conviction makes obtaining employment housing exceedingly difficult, is part of breaking the cycle of responsibility. Is part of the breaking the cycle of responsibility of addressing our penal system. Sorry.
Absolutely.
That's okay. Sorry.
Can you all hear me okay?
I believe so.
Okay, yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, and I think it's not only the penal system, but it's also a lot of the failures of a lot of other systems, that contribute to this problem. I mean, I kind of had a little bit of a narrow focus, in my presentation and talking about, what is it that, parents need in order to break the cycle, but, and I talked about their motivation being their children and everything else, but that, ignores, to an extent, the deficiencies of, many other systems in our society. So I think that truly breaking the cycle would involve not only a penal system, revamp, but also looking at many other systems in our society. I think that's absolutely right.
Okay, and we also have a question for Caitlin and Gracie. Do you have any training recommendations for law enforcement to address these issues? Sorry, some questions are coming in at the end here.
I can answer that. That was a great question. I think that was a little bit outside of our scope of our study. From what we read, the interrogation video has been used as a what not to do kind of thing, but that's definitely something that would be interesting to look into.
Okay, thank you. All right, so does anyone have any last questions? Hopefully I don't cut anybody off this time. Okay, well, thank you, panelists. That was excellent. That was a great panel. So we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Mountain Time, 12 p.m. Pacific, and we will see you all then. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break. We are about to get started with our next presentation, which is a roundtable on how to avoid going into financial ruin. So that's a good thing. Ronald Floridia, I'm going to turn it right on over to you so you can go ahead and moderate your roundtable. Oh, you're on mute. It gets all of us at least once. Still muted. Still muted.
You're still muted.
Jacob, are you able to override anything there?
Fortunately, I can't, but I did send a notification to you to ask to unmute, so you should have a little button there if you can't see your mute and start video in the bottom left.
Sorry about that. I apologize. I'm using my MacBook and I'm used to using my iPad. So would I be able to share my screen by any chance?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to do a little short presentation that I had on this topic. So I actually presented something similar a couple of years back, way before COVID hit, and it actually had really overwhelming feedback from the faculty who actually attended the actual talk. And so this isn't going to just be about debt, a debt talk. This is actually about a faculty well-being talk, because not only does debt burden you down, but it also makes you do things or forces you to do things that you might not want to do as a faculty member. And individuals who are not in this sort of situation are able to live a less stressful life because they are able to pick and choose what they want to do and really dedicate their time and attention into things that are going to have a much more positive impact on their careers, compared to individuals who are super stressed out and are taking on anything say administration want you to do, even though it might not help your career out overall. So I titled this "The Joneses Are Bankrupt," and where I got this sort of idea for this talk was, I was actually walking in from my car into my office, and I noticed that by far I drive the crappiest car on campus compared to the other faculty and administrators. I drive a 22-year-old pickup truck, and I'm seeing when I'm walking in, $50, $60, $70, $80,000 vehicles. And I'm just like sitting there shaking my head, knowing that, these people are really probably under a lot of financial stress just to make the payment on these vehicles. Most of them probably are not paid for in cash. Maybe some are, but and I look back on my pickup truck and I'm just like, something is very, very off here. And maybe this is one of the reasons why we are in so much stress, because we're kind of forced into doing things because we have this $80,000 pickup truck sitting in this parking lot while we work our lives away. So another thing I've noticed, like with all this virus thing going around, is that our campus seems to have a Subaru virus, that when one person gets a Subaru, everybody else has to get one in order to compete with the one faculty or administrator that gets a Subaru. So I just figured it'd be, relevant to this discussion. So as I said before, this is not going to be just about a debt thing. This discussion that we're going to have with each other is going to be all about, enhancing your well-being as a faculty member. So some of the topics that we're going to be discussing, before we get into that though, some general stats. The average monthly mortgage payment in America today is about $1,300. The average payment on a new vehicle is about $554, and a used one's about $400. Americans have about an average of $6,200 in credit card debt, with an average payment of about $123 a month. 30,000 in undergrad loans, and unfortunately also about $30,000 in graduate loans. So the average person's having about $60,000 coming into their faculty roles, hanging over their head. And even more unfortunate is that Black and Hispanic faculty and individuals in general just have highest percentage of the borrowers and the most amount borrowed. Let me go. So we're going to be talking about the big four of debt. And when I talk about the big four of debt, I'm talking about student debt. And a lot of this is the one type of debt that Unfortunately, that a lot of faculty come into their role with student debt. It's not one that usually acquire while they're faculty. And it really comes as no surprise now that the politicians on both sides and in previous administrations and this current one have no interest in getting rid of this sort of debt relief. Now they might have stopped the interest payments, but really this is kind of like rotting garbage sitting underneath your porch. Even though the stench is starting to wane after a while, it's still there causing problems. So obviously we can talk about some of your options that you have when it comes to student debt. And that includes, refinancing. That includes if you're delinquent on the debt, some of your options to settle debt settlement, things like that. Mortgage debt. So one of the things I would, if I was starting over again, now I did not buy a house, and I would actually avoid buying a house before you get tenure. And this is actually something that is that I'm actually kind of living through this from another faculty member. I'm actually living in a house of a faculty member that did not get tenure. This faculty member didn't get tenure, had to go, and now he wasn't able to sell his house in time. I don't live in, if you live in an area where you can actually unload a house in a day, that's fine. But not all of us live in an area like that. Sometimes it's a real gamble in the area I live that a house could be on the market for 2 years. So this faculty member was not able to unload a house very quickly. And you don't want to be a long distance landlord. And statistically, you might not even stay at your institution before tenure. It might involve, if you don't like the area, if you don't like the school, if you don't get along with your colleagues, and now you got this giant asset or liability hanging over your head that is anchoring you to a place that is really, one, preventing you from going to another institution, but two, you don't want to be a long distance landlord with these things hanging over your head in the event that you do have to go. Car payments, and this is kind of where I got the idea for this. The average car payment is, $554. Now that's average. A lot of people's are above that. Considering that we don't make a lot of money as faculty members, having these car payments and car debt is really chewing us apart. So it's something we're going to be discussing in the discussion afterwards. Credit cards, I'm also not a big fan of. I don't own a credit card, and in reality, they're no safer for your fraud protection than a debit card is. They're going to give you just as many problems if it does get hacked and somebody else is using your card. But in reality, that you also don't even need a credit score. A lot of people get credit cards thinking that they need a credit score, and that is actually not true at all. You can actually rent an apartment, you can get a mortgage, which is arguably two of the biggest things the myths that I was told, that, oh, you got to get a credit card because it's going to help you build credit, when in reality, these 30% APRs that these things are charging you, it's just causing you financial headaches. And obviously people don't pay these things off. Most people aren't paying these things off. The average American's carrying $6,000 in credit card debt at a 30% interest. So is there any hope? Absolutely. And this is something we can have a discussion on. One thing to know, that your spending habits actually might be hardwired into you. And this includes, this whole idea of keeping up with the Joneses. Remember, we grew up in small group living communities for the past, say, 100,000 years. Okay, so yes, our mind is wired to be very attentive to what our colleagues and what our peer group is doing. And we always want to maintain status among the peer group. Well, the problem is today is that a lot of this sort of stuff that's going on, most people are not buying this stuff with cash. They're living a very fake Instagram lifestyle. They're purchasing these vehicles, not putting anything down. They're purchasing houses with not putting anything down. And most people are actually living a lie. So, this whole idea of, I need to keep up with my peers, although it's hardwired, it's really playing tricks on our more primitive brain, because we are not designed to think in our modern society when there's credit cards and things like that. Also, too, our mind is not very good. Our primitive mind is not very good at handling money, like paper money and even electronic money. Traditionally, we would trade goods and services for other goods and services. In order to acquire these goods and services or to acquire resources, it took a lot of effort. Today, we see numbers on a screen and we have Amazon that delivers packages 2 days. So it's so easy for our brains to just click, 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 buy a whole bunch of stuff and go into a whole bunch of debt for it. So we are going to be discussing, if you would like to, some of the techniques to get out of this. So one of them is it's called Dave Ramsey's baby steps. And this is one of the more proven strategies. Now, regardless of whether you believe, you want to, argue with them about politics, the strategy itself is very good because it actually retrains your brain into helping you get out of debt. And I can discuss this further. So, and we'll actually go through the baby steps in the discussion if you would like. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. This was actually just an example too of a person in our area that is selling a vehicle, 2021 Jeep Gladiator for $50,000. And if you notice, I highlighted in the screen that money is still owed on this vehicle. So clearly they've made a financial mistake purchasing it, maybe got way into too much. And we'll finally talk about budgeting and how to actually implement the budget into the baby steps to help you get out of debt if you are in debt. And I guess we will do a discussion. So I'm going to stop sharing. And I actually have my colleague here too, who will be a co-discussant to help anybody. If you have any problems, if you want to talk about something, feel free, ask me, and then we'll happy to have just open discussion on this. So does anybody want to, Yenli, do you have anything did you like to say?
I think as you mentioned about, this is not necessarily only about money. But however, we live in a society, we are so focused on the material success. And for my personal, people can walk to me, tell me why you shop in the Dollar Tree store, why you live in a certain kind of place. But I just smile and say, that is my favorite store. So sometimes you want to be able to control your financial situation. Sometimes you also need to overcome, just because you are different and the majority of your colleague or your friend or your relative, everybody go from big house, big car. And so I think sometimes we need a little bit emotionally to put yourself ready. I think that is also important.
Does anybody have any questions or would like to get involved in a discussion at all?
We do have a question I think is coming in. It's
okay.
Considering the burden of student loans, do you have advice for advising students who want to pursue any advanced degree or go to law school?
Yeah, so one of the main things, so we actually have several students that are coming into us right now because it is the time where advising happens and they want to go to law school. The one major thing is I asked them to do their own research on return on investment, ROI. Clearly law school is saturated with people right now. And the law school costs are going up. And I even give them anecdotal stories. I know several students that actually went to law school and didn't like it. It was not what they thought it was. It isn't Law and Order. And some of them actually have gotten in halfway through and didn't like it, dropped out, but they still have, they still accumulated $50,000, $60,000 in debt. And they never even have a degree for it. So the one major thing I would have them do, where I'd even sit down with them one-on-one, I'm able to do that in a small school, is to really talk about the return on investment, what they want to do. A lot of them want to go to law school because they don't realize that they want to go because mom and dad want them to go. They want to go because they just want to be a lawyer. They don't know what they want to do. But that's the last thing you want to do, especially when you're talking about this. And one effective strategy might be is to sit down with them and actually go through kind of how much your payments will be after this and if you will be making this. So I will actually compare a prosecutor's salary or a public defender's salary, because we're administration of justice. A lot of students want to go into that. And I will actually sit down with them individually and say, all right, well, this is your average debt. This is the average payments you're going to have to make per month. Can you make this on your salary? And a lot of them were in shock and say, well, I didn't know it was going to be that much money. You know, I didn't know it was going to be $1,400 a month just to pay back my $200,000 in student loans. And I said, yes, and this is going to cost you for 30 years. Now, luckily in Virginia, which is where I live at, there are other lower cost alternatives. One of them is to actually do law reader program. So I actually encourage them to do that. If they are looking in law school, try out the law reader program where they can serve as an apprentice underneath a lawyer, and they can actually practice law even without going to law school. So they can get the taste for it. If they don't like it, they can not do it and not have any sort of debt burden as a result of it. But mainly focus on the return on investment. And maybe if you could put some real numbers in front of them. Yenli, do you have any suggestions?
Yes, okay. In our school, we call Administration of Justice, and the major started from 1998. But I do have some students, they go to graduate school. So what we try to tell them is, some students go to law school or graduate school because they are afraid of what job market. Okay. Of course, some of them may definitely want to go to law school, but we have a lot of students. I think almost 90% they go to law enforcement. But some of them, they are a little bit hesitant in the beginning. So they say, you know what, let me go to a graduate school and then just like continue, don't looking for a job. So sometimes you just need to let them know, if you go to graduate school, what is your purpose? What is your goal? And we do have a couple students, they want to go to their PhD. Actually, they become a faculty in a different state. And then, so they go to graduate school, go to master, go to doctorate degree. And I wrote a lot of recommendation letter for my students. Actually, some of them are police officers. They just hope one day I become a police chief. Maybe I can have a continued education, getting a degree can enhance my career. So I think the student need to understand what is the purpose, go to master program. If this is worth it, is this helping your career or finding a job? And some government institution, actually, they pay for you for continued education, maybe 1 or 2 class, if you don't mind, 3 or 4 years, getting your master degree. For me and Ron, of course, we encourage students go to graduate school, go to law school, but we always talk to them, what is the purpose? What is your goal? Is this only way you can reach your goal, or there's another way can help you maybe a few years down the road when you have a better job in law enforcement, and you can have a degree to help your career.
Thanks, Yenli. The next question I believe we have is, can you please discuss pros and cons for buying a house before you get tenured? The housing price is going up every year while you are waiting 5 to 6 years before you get tenured. Yeah, so I'm, as I said before, I am not a big fan of purchasing a house before you get tenured. And the reason, so I guess I'll go with the cons first. The cons is that you might not stay at your place. We, as universities in general, things can change. COVID hit, and you can see there's a change in teaching styles. There might be changeovers in administration that might cause you some severe headaches. You know, your department chair could be leaving. There's all kinds of things that could happen. And really, you know, when it comes to getting tenure, it really is not just like your skill set, but there is a little bit of luck involved too, whether you're going to stay at your institution or you're not. You know, the area could take a turn for the worst. You could have health problems that need to cause you, your parents could have health problems. Something could happen that could cause you to leave under circumstances that are not voluntary. So yes, I get it. The housing market is going absolutely nuts right now. There's a shortage in supply of housing, and we'll discuss it's maybe a pro when it comes to, you know, I guess when you have kids, that is something, you know, you have to consider in, you know, obviously you might not want to raise them in an apartment, but, you know, renting in the short term is no cheaper than purchasing the short term. Actually, it might even be less, especially if you're taking out a huge mortgage. One of the downsides is you got to not only pay the mortgage on this house, but you also have to maintain a house. Housing, not only is the housing prices going up, but what people don't understand is they get into these houses. Maybe it's the house, you know, a lot of these purchases are even rushed. Like, oh, I feel like I need to get a house right now because, housing prices are going up. I need to get it before it goes up even more. Well, here's a big problem is that I also do some remodeling. And I can tell you prices of components for the house, air conditioning systems, wood, siding, sheetrock, all that stuff has gone through the roof. And, one of the issues is that is, if your heat pump goes, that's $5,000 to $10,000. You need a new roof. Your septic system goes, that's $25,000 to $40,000. You don't need that hanging over your head. You don't need to take out a construction loan just to fix these current problems in a house. We live in an area where it's very, I would say that the housing construction is kind of shoddy. A lot of the houses are aging, and a lot of people are feeling pressured to get into something just to realize that, oh, it needs a new electrical system's all messed up. The HVAC system doesn't work. And, see, these are extra costs added onto you that are going to cause you severe headaches. And let me tell you, if you're doing the work yourself, or even if you hire, we live in an area also, it's very challenging to get somebody to come out to your house to fix something. So to get somebody to come out, you might be waiting 6 months to a year, and you don't need to be without HVAC for 6 months to a year. For me, that's the landlord's problem. Yes, you might be paying a little bit more. Usually rent is commensurate with home values. So if home values go up, rent's going up. But that's really everything now is going up. So one way or another, you're going to be paying it out. But, down the street from me, one of the commercial buildings just had a giant oil tank apparently leaking into the ground. I can't imagine how much money it costs to dig that thing out of the ground. So there's so many hidden costs with owning a house early on. But the biggest one is you have this liability hanging over your head. If you cannot dump this house before you get tenure, you will be in serious trouble. Because the last time I gave this one, Yenlu, you probably would remember this. He had a house that he had to sell. Then he had to purchase a new house in his area because he felt the same way. So now he has 2 mortgages. No one was living in the previous house. And let me tell you, my dad sold real estate for 28 years, part-time. And there's only 2 types of renters, good ones and bad ones. There's no in-between ones. So the guy I'm living in the house got really lucky. I'm a very clean person. I'm not going to trash the place. But if you have to rent long-term, you can't get back to that house and check on it as often as you would like because you just simply can't. You're so busy with your regular life. Now, a pro to this, if you have children, you might not want to raise them in an apartment. But I would suggest in this circumstance, I would try to rent a house. In this sort of circumstance, even if you're paying $300 to $400 a month more, you are taking a serious gamble. If appliances go up, refrigerator's $2,000 if you can get one, washer dryers $1,500. So you're going to be paying it one way or another. I would just like to have that peace of mind, knowing that this is one thing I'm less stressed about because the tenure process is extremely stressful. Also, too, if you own a house and you are rooted and people, and I can tell you right now, I believe that administration knows who's rooted and who's not rooted. And I think that also has an impact on how you're going to be treated. If they know that if they know you're kind of stuck in an area and you don't have many other options, they can ask you to do stuff that you would normally not volunteer for. And the last thing we want is more stress added into our lives. But I understand the tenure process for 5 to 6 years is extremely stressful and extremely agonizing, but it does go by quick, and you will have enough money to save up for a down payment over the course of that time to be able to put a much larger down payment on a house when you're good and ready, and you'll do so with so much more confidence, knowing that you have tenure, you have stability, and now I could be much less rushed into buying something because I know I'm going to have a job in the long term. Yenli, do you want to add anything?
I think most time people don't know, owning a house actually is a lot of responsibility, but renting in this area, in our area, some rent actually they are include water, electricity or something. So if you add together, sometimes rent is not necessarily more than what a mortgage. And I use myself as example. I want to buy something new, but the only thing I can afford, so I bought a mobile home. But the heat pump come with the mobile home is necessary. It's just like 5 or 6 years, just like really, I mean, it's just terrible. Yeah, I mean, it sometimes stop and everything. So I start to have a financial plan, and in 2019, and I mentioned this thing to my colleague, Ron, I replaced my heat pump. Even a mobile home, it costs $5,000. That is a lot of money. And so, and then you own a house, you also need to pay the so-called the insurance for the house. Sometimes you not necessarily all the rent is more expensive. Sometimes you can find something reasonable. If buying a house is like, I know it's achievement, but if you calculate something, maybe you need to choose a better timing or save a little bit more down pay, because that is a lot of extra costs. You probably do not even think about something will be out of order in such a short time.
That's another thing you brought up. I got extremely lucky is that I was actually supposed to be living with this person, but then they ended up taking another job somewhere else. And now I have this entire house to myself and I only pay for like one room. But another thing too is like one of the agreements that we made is I actually like will take care of the landscaping, and luckily he left the mower to me. But I can tell you, landscaping costs alone can range $240 a month. If you have to purchase a lawn tractor, that's $2,000 to $3,000. Push mowers, weed eaters. So there's so many hidden costs into actually owning a house rather than just renting and have somebody else taking care of it for you. Okay, I'd like to move on to the next question. And this one's from an anonymous attendee. As faculty, we are now all pressured to recruit students, build our programs, and discourage anyone from dropping out, even when we know the issues about student loan debt. Any recommendations on how to handle that? Well, yeah, I could tell you how I handle that, just because I make it a point, because I live my sort of minimalist lifestyle that I live, to never lie to anybody. This includes students, despite the pressures I receive from administration to maintain, to tell students to do whatever one way or another. I find that this is extremely helpful, is to just lay out the facts to them and advise them on how you would advise, say, your own family or your children, because they are somebody's children. I make it a choice of mine, because I live this sort of lifestyle. I don't feel pressured by administration to do certain things or to tell students to do things that I would not normally do myself. And I find that the students appreciate that so much more. And a lot of them come back to thank me. I have one student right now that I advise, you probably don't want to continue doing this. He was unhappy going to school. He was unhappy just being there. And now the guy works, he's a delivery driver. I think he delivers for one of the beverage companies. He is happier than ever. I teach a class about personal finance, and he was actually going to go out and buy a brand new truck before this and decided not to. He's now working outside of the program, doing what he's doing, is loving life right now, just got promoted. So I was able to, and he's like, you know what, thank you so much for just giving me this advice. School just wasn't for me. And I felt comfortable because I was in my position that I don't have any debt. I don't have the student loan debt hanging over my head, where I don't really care what the administration says. I'm going to give these students the best possible advice to live their lives, so they're going to be happy. I don't think that perpetuating a myth about going to school and taking out student debt and just so they can get a better job is good for them. I believe the truth is good for them, and I can tell the truth because I'm in the situation that I'm in. Did you want to add anything, Emily? Did you want to add anything, Emily, or?
For our major here, we have a lot of students, they change major because maybe they fail science class or something, they come to our major. But I always ask each student, why you want to be a criminal justice major? What is your career goal? If some students say, well, it's some kind of interest. I say, well, you need a job, you need a career. So I not try to discourage them, but I let them know, what is this major, what you can do, different career choice. And I want them to think carefully. But some students, they decide, yes, I'm going to go for this major. Actually, I have some students changing their major. They focus, they say, this is what I want, but I need to be honest with them. This is what you want. It's not because I want a more major number in this major. So after they focus, actually several of my students, some of them are nursing major, some are science major. Actually, they're having good job. They are Virginia State Police. They're all doing very well. But in the beginning, it's not because I try to discourage them or I try to not push the student away from our major. But I think honestly, let them know, if you don't want to do certain kind of things for this major or a different career choice, maybe this is not your major. So
Yeah,
I agree with.
And we don't feel pressured. And that's one of the things when I said, if you can put yourself in a good financial position as a faculty member by not having the big liabilities over your head, not having the car payments, not having, the credit card debt, things like that, that will really help you make better decisions as a faculty member for the best interest of the students. Like I said, I'm not pressured to do any of that stuff. And I can feel where some faculty that have these sort of things hanging over their head would be pressured. So you have to do what you have to do as a faculty member in order to get tenure and to do things like that. But the reality is, yeah, it would be very bad if I didn't get tenure and I had to go and live somewhere else. But to be honest with you, I have all the stuff I own is in the back, can fit in the back of a pickup truck. It would stink that I didn't get tenure, but it's not going to be a deal breaker for me because I don't have these major financial burdens hanging over my head. So if you all have any other questions, please feel free to ask. And the one things that I think that, okay, so like if you do have these debts, where do you start, what you can do? And I highly recommend that Ramsey program, the baby steps that Dave Ramsey teaches, because it's not just like a diet plan. It is an entire lifestyle change, starting with baby step 1, which is save $1,000. Their second baby step, if you have any consumer debt that's non-mortgage debt, which is pay off all that consumer debt using a debt snowball system. And that is, you start at your smallest debt, and then when you pay that off, you roll the payments from the smallest debt into the next debt, and so on and so forth until you get all your consumer debt done. Their baby step 3, which is a 3 to 6 months emergency fund. And I can tell you right now, that is the most important thing to have after your debt problem. I can tell you, we had a cat, and within 1 week it was shot and it was run over by a car. Both of them had to go into the vet. Probably the most expensive cat we've ever owned, the most expensive free cat I've ever owned. And that was $2,000 in medical bills. But, it turned an emergency into an inconvenience. Just wrote the check, been done with it. Baby step 4 is invest, because obviously we have to think about our future as faculty members too. So invest 15% of your pre-tax income into a retirement plan. Baby step 5 is if you have any kids, we start up a college plan for them. Baby step 6 is pay off the house using chunking on extra money onto the house to pay the house off. And then baby step 7, which is where we get to. Now, of course, house will come after tenure, which is what I would suggest. But if not, then, of course, follow your plan. And then baby step 7 is basically you just start chunking more money into your retirement. So you obviously don't have to work as much as you want to work. Does anybody else have any questions?
I just received a question about the Dave Ramsey plan you were talking about.
Yeah.
Where they can learn more about that and the baby steps.
Yeah, so you can actually just YouTube him. He has books. I would recommend his book, and I would, if you want to get it from your local library, I actually keep it on my library list for my students because I teach a class on it, so they can get it on reserve absolutely free at the library. It's called the Total Money Makeover, and that is actually the plan that people get on to get out of debt. That's he sold tens of millions of copies of this thing. But if you don't want to pay for the book, just type in Dave Ramsey baby steps on YouTube and watch his YouTube videos. It seems to be what the younger crowd is typically doing. He says a lot of his millennial crowd is finding him via YouTube. So most of his YouTube viewers are millennial crowd. And they actually have a baby steps community on Facebook, as well as their YouTube channel. So you can actually join the live chats there. But It's been overwhelmingly successful. I've actually worked with people myself, getting them out of debt. I actually had a faculty member come up to me at a previous conference when I was teaching this, and they were in significant amounts of debt. And I turned them onto this plan, and they were doing very well. So yeah, YouTube, just YouTube Dave Ramsey baby steps, and start chasing it down, down the rabbit hole.
Great. And we see in the podcast that his podcast was also recommended.
Yes, the podcast, they also have Borrowed Futures. That's a student loan one. And then also he started up a new one called The Fine Print. And it's one of his personalities there, George Campbell. He actually runs The Fine Print, where he talks about credit cards and debts and things like that that apply to just the general public.
Thank you. And I did have another question that came in.
Sure.
What income opportunities do faculty have and don't take advantage of enough, like public loan forgiveness or other income streams?
Okay. So Yenli, did you want to add in anything to this? Because I don't want to leave you out of that. I'm sorry.
I think about that student loan forgiveness. I think that they have a very strict registration. It must be certain kind of loan doing certain things, and I think that is always good if you can get some kind of forgiveness and all the things. But I think sometimes people put too much hope in there. Also, when they're getting income, they just like still living their big lifestyle and believe this thing will be forgiven. And I want to say something, maybe it's not related to this thing. There's a few, probably 2 or 3 years ago, we went to the Dave Ramsey Center in Tennessee. It was an eye-opening opinion, really an eye-opening opportunity, because there's all the people working in the Dave Ramsey Center. Actually, they are the one who used to have a lot of debt and went through the program and be successful and now work for them. So maybe Ron, you can share more about this.
Yeah, the realities of the public loan forgiveness. So there's certain types of loans that are more easily forgiven than others. The military ones are much higher forgiveness rate. So that's actually not the scam one. The public student loan forgiveness one is like if you go work for a certain period of time for 10 years to get your loans forgiven, that's the scam one. I can tell you right now, there was a public defender's office in Florida where people had worked for this defender's office for 10 years with the promise that their loans are going to be forgiven. And the office was like, yeah, we really can't do that. So these individuals have given up pay raises and working for much more money, thinking that they're going to get their loans paid off. In reality, you can go work someplace else, get much better bonuses, much better places to go to, and have this sort of, just chunk that money onto your student loan debt and not be tied to a place for 10 years. But the one thing as a faculty member where you have an opportunity more than other professions is that we're on a 9-month salary here. So, we run by the academic year, but in the summertime, we're not tied down. We don't have to abide by, we're allowed to go out and work extra jobs. And Yen Lee can probably attest to this, but in the summertime, you will see me on a roof, tarring roofs, painting roofs. And I'm not talking about like working at McDonald's for $7 an hour. We can make very good money working extra side jobs for people, whether it be landscaping, mowing lawns, doing firewood, things like that. And in some cases, you can make more money doing this sort of side work. If you're good at construction stuff, I can tell you, if you are halfway decent and you show up to a job in our area, you can make a killing just doing this sort of stuff, because nobody's willing to work and nobody can find anybody to work. So there's so many opportunities out there. I wouldn't just pigeonhole yourself into, let me see if I can get some extra teaching opportunities. I have a friend, though, that is doing extra teaching jobs for other universities. I mean, obviously your contracts might differ from university to university, but he works for like 4 or 5 different schools, and he pulls in an extra 40 to 50,000 a year just doing extra teaching jobs. So whether you want to work in academia or whether you want to work outside of academia, listen, like I said, I tar roofs in the summertime. Like, I'm on top of trailers in 100-degree weather doing this stuff. And I, 100 degree weather, 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 doing this stuff. And I, 100 degree we people would look at me like I have 4 heads. Like, how could you have a PhD doing this? And actually, the people I'm doing it for laugh when they hear that I have a PhD doing it. But, I'm able to do what I want to do because of that. So, any other questions?
What would you say about like research grants or consulting and those sorts of gigs that do stay within the academic lane?
Yeah, so I have friends who are consultants that do consulting work for like jury consulting and things like that, and they get paid very substantially. So yeah, consulting work is definitely an opportunity for you. Now I will say you'll probably you have to make a name for yourself. So essentially, you're going to be running a business. To get your name out there. So if you're willing to put in the time and the effort to put your name out there and to build a brand reputation for yourself, you can definitely do that. And you can promote yourself through starting up a YouTube channel or in other avenues. Research grants, obviously, they're going to be very competitive, and less and less money is now being offered because there's more and more competition. And so this is something that you're going to have to acknowledge that, it's something that's going to be very competitive. I would not bank on that. The work I do is reliable. I'm not, working for 4 months on a research grant, just not to get it. That 4-month time, I probably could have made just as much money, if not more money, than if I were to submit for even a medium-sized research grant. So yes, just know, keep your options open. There are several. I can't specifically say like, here's how you go and here's what you need to go to talk to get yourself a consulting gig. You're going to need to know people. And the way you know people is getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there, getting your, but just remember, you're going to be it's essentially running a business part-time. So you're going to want to also check with your university to see if you're able to do that, because consulting work, from my understanding, is perennial. So you're not just going to be able to say, pick and choose the months, you want to do if you want to maintain good brand reputation. Did you want to add anything, Emily?
Yes. I'm not sure if all university or college is operate like our school in here. We have 9 months salary. So myself and Ron, we always teaching summer classes. And what we do is we offer some kind of special topic. Actually, topic is so attractive to students. We have a lot of enrollment in our summer class, and that is something, you can teach 1 or class or 2 class summer. That is actual income beyond your 9 months salary. So I'm not sure if every school had this kind of program, but
the benefit of that is if you just go to like higher ed jobs, I mean, there is adjuncts being hired all the time, whether it be in the traditional semester or whether it be in your summer semesters, that there's a lot of online opportunities. Don't be afraid just to get out there and get to it. I know it really is attractive to say like, oh, I can go get myself a good research grant, or I can go out there and, get this great consulting gig. But, shoot for the stars, but also, you want to look 50 feet ahead of you to make sure you know where you're going. And sometimes it involves taking those smaller jobs in order to get to your ultimate goal, which is maybe even if you wanted to start a consulting gig, you can work smaller stuff while you're building, to get enough money so you can make that leap into that full time. So any other questions?
Thank you. We have one more question that has come in, and we'll probably have to use this as our one to wrap things up, because this is a good discussion. But if anybody else does have any additional questions, please continue to submit them via the Q&A, and we'll take care of those. The last question that I have at this point is, do you know anything about Bitcoin or maybe other atypical types of less common investments that we should consider?
Yeah, so Bitcoin, relatively new. A lot of the younger crowd really loves it. The difference between Bitcoin and more traditional investments is that people don't go into Bitcoin thinking like, oh, I'm going to use it as a safe haven, or I'm going to use it as a long-term investment. Most people get into Bitcoin think I'm going to strike while the iron's hot, get it in low, sell high, and I'm going to be like everybody else. It's extremely volatile. And there's a really good chance if the Federal Reserve starts up their own Fed coin, that they could outlaw Bitcoin and it could be absolutely worthless. But there's a good chance it can go to $1 million a coin. You just don't know. When it comes to getting rich versus building wealth, those are two different things. Getting rich and looking rich is like, I drive a fancy car. I might score a short win, like say I buy GameStop stock or AMC stock, any of those meme stocks. But they don't tell you, and most people who get involved into that don't tell you about how much they have actually lost. It really is not investing, it's more gambling. And that's fine. And there might be a part of that in someone's future or in the future of currency. There might be some room for that. But 100%, if you're going to do that, don't do it while you're in debt. Don't take out money to buy Bitcoin or to buy Ethereum or to buy Doge or any of those other ones, because these things are extremely volatile. You can see fluctuations in a month, $30,000 to $40,000. And say, for instance, that you have a medical bill that comes up and now you have your money in Bitcoin and it just went down and you need to sell that at a loss to pay whatever bill you're doing. You can see where the problems occur. To be honest with you, I'm not really here to give investing advice, but what I will say is, like, you just can't, Bitcoin is just so volatile, and those sort of streams of income are just so volatile that I think people are going to be in for a real shock come in the future if they're going to get involved in these sort of investments. If you're going to do it, I'm cool with it. Just don't do it if you're in any sort of debt, because pay your debts off first, get free from all that, and then use a percentage of your income to play around with that stuff. But consider it gambling. Do not consider it an investment.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And thank you for the information that you added into the Q&A there.
Yeah. If anybody needs to contact me, I don't know if my stuff, my information was listed, but feel free to send me an email and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Wonderful, thank you. And yep, every presenter's information should be in the program, so you can refer to that. Also look in the chat and the Q&A for anybody who has added to those. I think a lot of us would enjoy a side hustle. So
yeah, they're very lucrative. So
yeah. That's great. We're going to take a short break now. We'll wrap up this one, and then please join us back in about, what are we at, 13 minutes now for our next presentation, which will be special topics in victimless crime. And right after that, we will have the closing remarks for the conference, which will include our student poster presentation winners. So thank you again, both of you, and we'll see everybody back here in 13 minutes.
Thank you much.
Looking for royalty-free music? Discover Epidemic Sound. Get the safest music subscription for
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our last but certainly not least panel of the day that, please remember, is followed by our closing remarks and sharing who won the student poster competition. So please stick with us after this panel. We will start the closing remarks immediately after this panel, so we won't have a break between the two. I'm very happy to turn things over to Kathleen to introduce our panel on special topics in victimless crimes. Kathleen?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for attending today. We're going to be talking about our panel on special topics in victimless crimes. First, I will be going and presenting my paper on feminist theories and prostitution. Next, two of my colleagues, Brittany and Tessa, will be going and talking about DUIs. So to begin, give me 1 second and I will get my presentation up and share my screen. I'm just going to mute myself really quick. Sorry, I'm just having a little difficulty. It makes you guys all go away when I present it.
No problem at all. And if you have any trouble sharing, just let us know.
Yeah, it's just showing up everywhere. Do you know how to get it just on like one screen?
Jacob, do you know the answer to that?
You're just on the one screen, right?
I have a monitor and the screen.
Gotcha. I believe that when you do, if you go up to like the top left, you should have a little view icon that has like a little grid.
Yes.
You should be able to adjust using those pieces there, and then maybe you can move us forward. So if you do like speaker view.
Oh, perfect.
I struggled with the technology before I started presenting, so I'm actually, not that I want it to happen to anybody else, but it makes me feel better. It happens to so many of us.
Happens.
We're
Okay,
not
well,
your screen just yet, but
can you see? Oh, it's still doing it. So we're just going to share screen and I just won't be able to see you, but you'll be able to see my, so that should work. Can you see that now?
Wait, it's coming. Okay, yes, we can see it now.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Give me 1 second. So, okay, good afternoon, everyone. Like I just introduced myself, my name is Kathleen Eckert, and today I would like to talk to you about my paper on the feminist theories as applied to the prostitution debate, a critical evaluation of the liberal and feminist perspectives as applied to how we should regulate prostitution. So before we begin, I really want to give a brief overview of how today's presentation is going to be laid out. First, I will provide a brief history of prostitution in the United States, followed by an introduction of the prostitution debate. Next, I will be talking about feminist theories as they apply to the debate. And finally, I will conclude with my critical examination of both the liberal and radical feminist perspectives. I argue that the radical feminist perspective is better suited to inform policy due to the empirical evidence within the literature. I want to note that during this discussion, I will only be talking about women in prostitution, though I do acknowledge that men engage in prostitution as well. However, the majority of individuals engaging in prostitution are women. So within the United States, we see in the late 19th century, the anti-prostitution movement beginning. This began in a response to the European plan that proposed legal regulation of brothels. During this time period, the goal was to abolish state-sponsored prostitution and ensure that this does not exist in the future. Prostitution at the time of the late 19th century and early 20th century was viewed as immoral, and that's why it should be criminalized. So when we talk about the beginning of the 20th century, we see in 1910 the Mann Act being passed that criminalized the transport of females for the purpose of prostitution or debauchery across state lines. So this was really the first legislation we see across the country to criminalize prostitution and what we will today call trafficking. So moving on, when we talk about later in the 20th century, we see after World War I, by 1925, each state had legislation that criminalized prostitution. So if we fast forward to the 1970s, when the United States was experiencing the women's liberation movement during the second wave of feminism, one of the first sex worker advocacy organizations was created. This organization, called Call Off Your Old Tired Ethics, or their acronym is Coyote, advocated for the rights of sex workers and the legalization of prostitution. During this time period, we see a lot of legislation being proposed to legalize prostitution. However, none of it was passed. Moving forward again in 2000, we see the Trafficking Victims Protection Act being passed that criminalized human trafficking as we understand it today. When we look back at prostitution throughout history in the United States, we can see several different movements and narratives. So first, we see prostitution being criminalized because that is immoral, and we see every single state instituting legislation. Next, we have the pro-sex worker movement that proposed for the legalization of prostitution and a more current focus on trafficking victims and this notion of human trafficking. Finally, I would like to introduce Amnesty International. Amnesty International is a human rights organization that in 2014 made a global call to decriminalize prostitution. Now, their call should be more accurately labeled as legalized prostitution, as they wanted to remove all criminal sanctions and regulate the sale of prostitution, where decriminalization is more of just removing those criminal sanctions. So moving on, I would like to talk about the prostitution debate, as this is central to what we're going to be discussing today. So the prostitution debate primarily surrounds how the state should regulate prostitution. As I mentioned, we have talked a lot about regulating prostitution and different proposed legislation over a century now, but in 2014, Amnesty International brought that to the forefront of a lot of our minds. At the center of this debate is the central question: is prostitution a woman's right and a legitimate form of work, or is it inherently exploitive? And how one answers this question is going to impact how they view policy implications. And so the feminist theories really take two opposite stances on addressing the prostitution debate. So I would like to introduce feminist criminology a little bit. So feminist criminology was first introduced in the late 1960s during the women's liberation movement that went into the 70s. This was the first time there was a call to integrate feminist perspective within mainstream criminological research. And so this was a really important time because now we are talking about women in crime. It's important to note when we're talking about feminist theories, feminist theory is not a unified theory. In fact, there are four major perspectives, including the Marxist, socialist, liberal, and radical perspectives. For the purpose of this discussion, I will only be focusing on the liberal and radical feminist perspectives, as they are in direct conflict regarding the prostitution debate. So first, when we talk about liberal feminism, personal autonomy, equal opportunities, and freedom of choice are central to the liberal feminist perspective. This perspective attributes the inequality between men and women to traditional gender roles that create the social division between the sexes. So it's not really an oppression, it's just an inequality. Liberal feminists believe that men and women can work together to end this inequality. They also believe that prostitution is work, it is sex work, and it should be treated like any other profession. The fundamental ideology behind this belief is that sex is a basic need equivalent to food and shelter. Therefore, sex work is equivalent to any other service industry and should be legitimized. Sexuality should not be punished because it is central to humanity, this perspective proposes. The preferred terminology of this perspective is sex worker, because they recognize that sex work is a legitimate form of labor, and so they should be titled as such. And finally, full legalization is needed because there is nothing wrong with the consensual agreement of two adults to engage in prostitution. Next, when we talk about the radical feminist perspectives, radical feminists believe that this perspective is by women and for women. And the primary purpose of the radical feminism is to ensure the needs and experiences of women are placed at the center of development and practice. This perspective attributes the primary source of oppression of women to male domination or the patriarchy, indicating that because of this power, women are forced to be subordinate and have less opportunity than men in today's society. Next, radical feminists believe that prostitution is inherently exploitive to women and should be treated as such. Supporters of this perspective argue that the act of prostitution commodifies women, and through men buying women for sexual gratification, it reinforces that male domination and the oppression of women. The preferred terminology within this perspective is women in prostitution, because they recognize the role of victimization, and they also recognize the lack of agency with a lot of women engaging in prostitution, but also that these individuals are women first. They're not just their job, that they are individuals engaging in this act. So as a result of this belief that prostitution is the epitome of male domination and inherently exploitive to women, many supporters favor the Nordic model. The Nordic model was first introduced in Sweden in the late 1990s, and this model decriminalized the sale of sex, but kept the criminal sanctions on the purchase of sex. So the driving factor behind this legislative approach is to say that women's bodies are not for sale for the sexual gratification of men, and we're not going to punish individuals engaging in sex work or prostitution, because we understand that there is a role of victimization. So now I want to talk about a theoretical application. So just an overview to remind everyone, the liberal feminist perspective believes that sex work is work. It should be legalized, where the radical feminist perspective believes that it's inherently exploitive. We cannot legalize it. It will not help victims of sexual exploitation. So when we're talking about this critical evaluation of these perspectives, I outlined some underlying assumptions. So within the liberal feminist perspective, they believe that legalizing prostitution is essential to create a safe working environment, create more access to healthcare services, control over one's body, that it will decrease human trafficking, and that women decide to engage in sex work through a rational choice model. On the other hand, we have the radical feminist perspective that believes that prostitution is a violent profession by nature. There is a clear lack of agency that is the reproduction of gender oppression, and that the individuals engaging in this often come from low socioeconomic status backgrounds. And so the purpose of this chart is to outline these assumptions and articles that either support or fail to support these assumptions when we're doing this evaluation. So first, I would like to talk about Van Wiesenbeck's 1994 article. In this empirical evaluation, they looked at a country where prostitution is legalized to see if legalization does in fact create a safer working environment. In fact, they found that even in legal environments, there were still very high rates of violence. Around 70% of their sample had verbal violence from clients, and there was a high rate of physical violence as well. So there was no support that they found that the legalization would create a safe working environment. Where we do see some support is Armstrong's 2016 article, where they assessed perceptions of police by women in prostitution. They found that in countries where prostitution is legalized, women are more likely to ask for help and view police as a helpful resource rather than someone to fear. The proposed legalization has the most support when we talk about access to health services. Shannon et al. 2016 found that with legalization, 2/3 of their sample felt more empowered to say no to clients who were proposing acts that would endanger their sexual health. Additionally, Avert, which is an HIV advocacy agency based out of the UK, found that with the legalized environment, there are lower rates of HIV. Next, the liberal feminist perspective proposes that legalization will allow for more control over one's body. If we look at Farley et al.'s article in 2003 that examined women in prostitution and their ability to leave situations, within their sample, they found that 89% of the sample had wanted to leave or currently wants to leave, but was unable to. Next, talking about the decrease in human trafficking, all three articles that I have listed here, Farley 2004, Farrell et al. 2013, and Farrell and Cronin 2015, examined the legalized environment in Holland. None of them found support that the legal environment there decreased human trafficking, and some results indicated that it may have increased human trafficking because there was less police attention to try to stop it. Finally, the liberal feminist perspective proposes a rational choice model to engage in sex work, but Drexler 1996 said that this model is like comparing a rational choice for a woman trying to leave an abusive situation. And so it's not really applicable. There's a lot of coercion. So we can see, while there is limited support for the access to healthcare and better relations with police, there isn't a lot of support for the liberal feminist perspective within legalization. If we look at the radical feminist perspective, we can see Van Wiesenbeck again showing that there is higher rates of violence. Also, Raymond in her Not a Choice, Not a Job article or book in 2013 indicates that the presence of panic buttons alone as a safety measure shows that this profession is violent. Farley et al., like we talked about, 89% of their sample was unable to leave. Raymond 2013 shows that most of the individuals selling sex are women. Glazier and Monto both indicate that most of the buyers are men, and the majority of people who believe that sex work is a legitimate form of labor are men as well. So showing that gender oppression being reproduced. Jorgensen also echoes these findings. And finally, Raymond 2013 shows the low socioeconomic status of most women engaging in prostitution, going back to, are you actually able to make a rational choice if you have limited options? I want to thank you so much for listening to my presentation on this critical analysis. I conclude that the radical feminist perspective is more apt to addressing policy implications because it does consider the role of victimization while trying to recognize that some women do engage in it with agency, and that's why they propose the partial decriminalization like the Nordic model. Here are my citations, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathleen. That was a really interesting presentation. Let's go ahead and save our questions for Kathleen until the end, and we can have the second presentation next with Tessa and Brittany. And I would like to remind you, if you do have questions for the presenters, please submit them to the Q&A. Thank you. Tessa and Brittany, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna start the presentation here. Okay, everyone can see the presentation then?
Yep, looks great.
Perfect. All right, we'll start it off.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for attending our presentation. My name is Tessa Wilson. I'm a master's student at Washington State University.
And I'm Brittany Solmson, a PhD student at Washington State University.
Today, we're going to be talking about some research that we've been working on titled You Got Me, an analysis of DRE writing quality for DUIs. So a little bit about our current study. Our current study was actually inspired by a study previously done by my colleague Brittany and Dr. Willits here at Washington State University. During this research that they were working on, they interviewed prosecutors, and some of these prosecutors expressed that they thought that drug recognition experts actually wrote better reports and that their reports were more helpful when prosecuting DUI cases. Specifically, one prosecutor noted, we would prefer more of them, the DREs, to do the reports per se, because again, the only DRE on a number of cases, especially for the weed ones, we would love to have for that because it's super helpful, especially when we don't have tox, meaning a toxicology report. So this led us to our research question: do blood warrants actually differ in writing quality between DRE and non-DRE officers? So a quick info on some of the literature review stuff. So as we were researching this, we found that, DREs are police officers trained to identify impairment of drugs other than alcohol. And some previous research on drug recognition experts have previously focused on DRE accuracy. So how accurate are these usually physical signs of drug impairment and DREs when they interpret those signs? There's been studies on the signs of impairment, so those physical signs I was just talking about, that DREs use to determine whether or not someone's intoxicated. There have also been previous evaluations of DRE studies, some of them critical, which leads into the next areas for improvement. So even though DREs are pretty established in the United States, there's always room for improvement. So there have been studies regarding where and how those areas could be improved. But as we were looking for this literature, we found hardly anything on DRE writing quality. And that could be just how we searched, but we did make a good effort to try and find any previous literature, and we couldn't really find any. A little bit about blood warrants. So blood warrants essentially command a DUI arrestee to draw blood for appropriate forensic testing. This could be for alcohol, marijuana, or any other intoxicating drugs that could potentially be detected. And we use blood warrants as our writing sample of choice. And within each of these warrants, there are 3 portions: the vehicle in motion portion, personal contact with driver, and then standardized field sobriety tests. When we tried to research writing quality analysis, it was pretty difficult to determine how to measure writing quality. There's a variety of readability scales that are available, but there's very little consensus on how accurate these are or how valid they are, which one's better. So yeah, it was kind of hard to find something very specific in that regard. And there's also not a lot of direction available, like in the rubrics for police report writing. We checked through manuals, DRE training handbooks, things like that. There's very little specification, just general requirements.
Okay, so the data we used for this study came from a police department in a mid-sized Washington city. This police department has 310 officers in total, and then of those 310, 3 are DRE certified. So we analyzed these blood warrants, and they were distinguished between either being written by a DRE or a non-DRE. We had 3 years of blood warrants between 2015 and 2017. There were 47 officers who wrote a blood warrant, including the 3 DREs. So there were 135 warrants within our sample. And even though there were only 3 DREs, they wrote 70 of the warrants, and the non-DREs, so the other 44 officers, wrote the other 65 warrants. So you can clearly see that DREs attend to these DUI cases. And this makes sense because blood warrants are definitely or more likely to be used if the driver or the arrestee is impaired by a drug other than alcohol. So they need a toxicology report to find the intoxicating drug other than alcohol. So to do this, we had each of these blood warrants and they were scanned, and then we converted them into Word documents and then manually checked for accuracy. So the methods we used to look at the warrants were using Grammarly, which is a writing quality software, and it had we put in each of the blood warrants through the text, and so it would tell us the number of characters, words, and sentences within each warrant, and then also the average word length and sentence length. And then the readability score that it used was the Flesch Reading Ease test. Grammarly also looked at the percentage of unique words, so words that weren't repeated more than one time within the text, and then also rare words, which looked at how many of the words are within the top 1,000 words used in the English language. So for our analysis, we conducted several t-tests to identify if the average number of characters, words, and our other variables differed between DREs and non-DREs, and we did use a Bonferroni correction to account for type 1 error. And then we also conducted an analysis on the frequency of words within these blood warrants as well. So for our results, we found that there were no real significant results for the other blood warrant sections. However, for DREs, they had significantly higher number of characters and words compared to the non-DREs. And this just might be correlated with DREs trying to conduct more standard field sobriety tests, potentially compared to non-DREs who are more likely to handle cases that involve alcohol, where a PBT might suffice. So these are word clouds of the blood warrants, and you can see that on the left is a word cloud of the blood warrants written by non-DREs, and the right is the ones written by DREs. And we can clearly see that vehicle and defend are two of the most common words for these two. And you can see that there is some similarities such as test or contact. And then, so we're going to dive into some of these words. So as I said, the word defend and vehicle were most often used. The analysis I ran got rid of extra words at the end so that defendant and defendants would be identified as the same count, and vehicle and vehicles would be kind of the same. And so you can see that DREs used the word defendant or about 8 times within a warrant, and non-DREs used it about 6 times per warrant. And then the word vehicle was used 6.6 times, and then non-DREs was used about 5.8 times. And this makes sense, especially when officers in blood warrants, they might not refer to the arrestee with their first and last name. They just might say the defendant did this. And then also the word vehicle, especially since these are DUIs, we're obviously interested in maybe the movements the vehicle was making in order to get pulled over for a DUI. Moving on, the third most common words for DREs was the word test, and it was used 2 times as many times as non-DREs. So this might be related to DREs conducting more types of tests like the Romberg, horizontal and vertical nystagmus tests. DREs also use the word told over 3 times more than non-DREs, and this again might be related to giving standard field sobriety test instructions. Another observation that we found were observation words. So the word observe, notice, which could be notice, noticeable, and nystagmus were all used much more often than non-DREs. So the word observe was used more than 2 as often. The word notice was used over 6 times as often, and nystagmus, which is kind of related to the word test, was used almost 2.5 times more often.
So after our analysis, as Brittany said, we found that DREs and non-DREs tend to use similar words a lot of the time, especially in regards to the defendant in the case and when describing the vehicle in motion. There are differences that emerge when talking about observation. So observing the defendant or observing the situation, whether interacting with the individual. And we think that this might be why the prosecutors say that DRE written warrants are quote unquote better than those written by non-DREs, because they tended to have more of this observational focus than some of the other ones. That being said, our study does have some limitations. All of our data came from one police department, and even though the DREs wrote a significant amount of the warrants that we analyzed, in reality, it was a very small sample. We did have to use a PDF converter to convert the original warrants to text, and even though Brittany and I went through and manually tried to make sure that each of them were converted correctly, there's always the potential for error. We did choose to use Grammarly because it's pretty common, pretty standard, and we felt that that would be a good way to analyze everything consistently. However, that does only use one readability test, and we think that there is the potential to have different results if we used a different measure. And then of course, our study is very exploratory in nature. It was kind of this first look at, do DREs write better reports than non-DREs? So there's definitely a lot of area for future research. For the future, we think that it would be necessary to expand on the study findings. And we think that it would be good to replicate this study with other police department data, maybe with more years of data, or maybe with a department that has more DREs in their department. And then we think that it would be good to refine the writing quality measures or develop a specific one for DREs and non-DREs, just because they use very specific terminology when they write and things like that.
Yeah, thank you for attending our presentation.
Very good, thank you. Thank you to all the presenters. We do have a couple questions, so I'd like to go ahead and ask you those now. And if anybody else has additional questions, please remember to submit them to the Q&A, or you could technically submit them to the chat as well if we're in real wild here. Okay, so I was curious first with Tessa and Brittany, do you think, since you looked at one department, right? Okay, I want to make sure I didn't mishear that. Do you think it was the training? Was that writing reflective of the kind of training? You said they received extensive training. Was writing a big component of that training, do you know?
Yeah, so in order to become a DRE, the police officers have to submit writing samples in order to even be considered to be a DRE. So there is that variable of, in order to even be a DRE, you had to previously be a good writer, especially for DUIs. And then during the training, they're also, kind of told like what they should be writing, but not necessarily kind of how to write it in a way that would be helpful for prosecutors.
And Kathleen, I swear I'm coming to you. But Tessa and Brittany, while you were looking at previous literature or at the training, was there anything that taught the DREs to distinguish between behaviors that were caused by a drug impairment versus perhaps caused by a disability?
I know that is one of the difficulties of the DRE training, is because they don't necessarily have the specific outcomes that they're either impaired or not impaired. It could be, they have an injury, they are impaired, they're not intoxicated. So yeah, they are, taught how to distinguish certain, look at all the signs, but then something that we saw in the interviews was they look at the entire picture, not just one, test, like a horizontal nystagmus test. Because we specifically asked them like, oh, what's the most useful sign of impairment? And they said there is no single one, it's everything all together.
Great, thank you. Kathleen, a question that just came in for you is, what other feminist perspectives or lenses did you consider for your analysis, and why?
So I stuck to just the radical and the feminist perspectives because they have the most kind of say in this debate. When we're talking about the socialist and the Marxist perspectives, those are really structural. So when they do talk about prostitution, a lot of times it's in the terms of economy or structure of society. So I chose to just evaluate the critical or the radical and the liberal feminist perspectives. Now, there are several other perspectives that are sub-perspectives of feminist theory, but I chose to stick with the fundamental four, and of those two, only the liberal and the radical apply.
Thank you. Did you find any, I have several questions I'm trying to condense into something that is reasonable. I'm curious if FemCrit talks about men in prostitution with, maybe with female customers or customers of any gender identity and any gender presentation. And if you saw much in the research on men, I know you focused on women, but I'm curious if you saw much while you were looking at that and research on men or on the trans community.
Yeah, so the research on men and the trans community are fairly limited at this point, where we do see a lot of individuals who are non-women engaging in prostitution. You see a lot of young boys, a part of the LGBTQ plus community, often in foster care is where we see a lot of research focused, but there is very limited research about adult men in prostitution. I think I've come across one article in all of my scanning of the literature surrounding prostitution, not just related to feminist perspectives, but in general. So it's an area of improvement. We really need to address that. And I think that in some ways, while the feminist perspectives are geared towards women, they can be take more of an intersectional approach and address others from other sexual orientations or gender identities.
Thank you. Sounds like an opportunity for a future study for you. Looks like we have one more question that's come in through the Q&A. Question for Kathleen. In conjunction with explaining prostitution legalization, which feminist perspective do you think would resonate with most voters and policymakers in conceptualizing how states ought to approach prostitution laws and enforcement?
Yeah, so this is really interesting. I think how voters and politicians look at this issue is very narrow. I think we have really two sides to the coin. Those who think it's immoral, we don't talk about it. Oh, prostitution, not for me, don't want to talk about that. Or those that subscribe to more of a mainstream liberal perspective in their daily lives that believe in it's a woman's right over her body. And I really think what's missing from this discussion is the radical perspective. And while there's ample support for it in the literature, I don't believe it makes it to the policy realm often enough. So I think that there is, while we do recognize there's a lot of victimization in that gets put into the trafficking category. And it's not talked about in the context of prostitution, because an individual can be trafficked in their own city. They don't have to leave, they don't have to cross borders or anything like that. And so often these individuals get ignored. A lot of the major population that I like to focus on are women in the United States who are over 18, because that's when we really get to this central question of, well, did they choose to engage in prostitution? Do they have this agency? Because they are an adult citizen, they have all of the rights that we all have. So there's a lot more questioning of, oh, well, maybe they chose to engage in this. How are they a victim if, they are an adult? And so I think that's really missing from the discussion on policy implications. And so I would say that the two thought processes that I described earlier, that it's a moral or it's a woman's right, are the two mainstream approaches, and they don't get any critical evaluation as to what that means for women who may not have agency or not complete agency.
Yeah, that's a great explanation, and the factors in when we look at it as a choice, what are the factors that go into that decision? Yeah, very good, thank you. Are there any additional questions for any of our presenters on this panel? I don't see any coming in, so I hope I'm not cutting anybody off. If I am, cutting you off as you're typing, hit enter really quick so we get partial question. If not, we will go ahead and wrap up this panel and move on to, okay, good. That was just you and Anna Go Cougs. Okay, that's fair. All right, so in the chat, just as support coming in and no additional questions. Excellent presentations. Let's go ahead and hang out for just a minute. We're gonna bring up President for closing remarks and to share with us the winners of this student poster competition. Thank you again, everyone in this panel. And I will turn it over now to Mark and Jennifer.
Hi, everyone. Oops, sorry, gotta uncover my camera. So we are going to move into the closing remarks, which are going to be made by our incoming 2022 president, which is Jennifer Noble. So she has some things to say about our next conference, which is probably going to be in person, unlike the last two. So that probably means a lot more work for you, Jennifer. But I would like to announce the winners of our wonderful student poster competition. This was actually pretty difficult for the board. We were chatting quite a bit about this, and it was tough to come to a decision. But we do have 3 prizes to award to our 3 presenters. So starting in 3rd place is Rhiannon Hopes. With her presentation, and she will be receiving an award for $100. So everybody, please congratulate Rhiannon. Excellent job there. Oh, sorry. Our second prize is going to Lori Becker, and that is a prize of $200. And that means that our winner of the student poster competition is Idalia Papuka Morales in 1st place, and she will be receiving a prize of $300. So congratulations to all of our poster presenters. You all did an excellent job. Our treasurer, Andy Giacomazzi, will be reaching out to you to contact you about how to best get you your prize money. So please be on the lookout for contact from our treasurer, Andrew Giacomazzi. Also, I would like to say thank you to everyone, the WACJ Executive Board, all of our conference attendees and presenters. We had a great event this year. I know it's difficult to do these things in COVID times, but we have persevered, and I have definitely enjoyed my time as president of this organization. So without further ado, I would like to turn it over to Jennifer Noble.
Thank you, Mark. So thank you so much to all of our presenters who joined us over the last 2 days to share all of your very important research that you are doing. Thanks to all the attendees who joined us and took time out of your schedules. It's it's even though it's not an in-person conference, it's still we really do appreciate that you took the time to join us over these 2 days. Thanks again to my fellow board members, Brian, Mark, Taryn, Andy, Marianne, Jessica, and Stephanie, with special gratitude to Marianne and Jessica, who had some amazing behind-the-scenes support. Also, thank you to Jacob at Boise State University's Event Services for the technical support. I don't know what we would have done without you. And Mark, once again, thank you so much for your leadership in the last 2 years, for never losing your sense of humor as we were dealing with some pretty weird events. And it's been wonderful to work with you, and I look forward to working with you next year as immediate past president. So just a reminder to everyone, the second VP nominations are open. You can self-nominate. If you are interested, I would really encourage you to get involved with the board. It's been a very rewarding experience. And I look forward to seeing you all in person in Reno
next year, October 12th through the 14th at the Silver Legacy Resort in Reno. Theme to be announced. And with that, thank you, everyone.